check. Check, 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 check.
Since its establishment more than 55 years ago, PSU has taken pride in its determination. And in every step, it takes toward accomplishing its mission in applying knowledge, science, and art to create societal innovations that promote sustainable development, enhance international competitiveness, and increase happiness in all aspects. As the attitudes of a new generation towards education change, learning enjoyment has been redefined. Learning is no longer restricted to what happens inside the classroom walls. The value society places on formal degrees have decreased. PSU has responded to these changes by offering online learning that expands educational boundaries and creates learning communities that meet the needs of a new generation of students, as well as the general public. To go beyond just learning through screens, PSU has created knowledge archives on all 5 campuses to welcome everyone to the information age. PSU prides itself not only in academic apparatus but also in its social services. It believes that efficient and reliable health service system is the foundation of the strong society. Especially in times of outbreaks, the health service system must stay one step ahead of diseases to maintain a healthy society. Well-being is another aspect of happiness that PSU has promoted. PSU has created innovations that maximize the use of natural resources in southern Thailand, and which live harmoniously with local ways of life and enhance the sustainable use of limited resources for many generations to come. Another aspect of happiness is the preservation of historic legacy, which denotes local civilization. While mixing local cultures with today's economic and social development. Because of borderless and voluntary nature of learning, PSU have lived up to its goal of providing benefits to mankind through its global and frontier research. Its researchers, academicians, and staff work collaboratively with communities and societies to create innovations that uplift the quality of life and happiness of Thai people.
Sawadee. Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome all of you to this CALOHEA capacity building, implementing students' workload measurements for more effective and holistic learning outcome in Thailand's higher education. International Tuning Academy is co-organized by University of Groningen, Prince of Songkhla University, and ASEAN University Network. I am Safara Saete, an undergraduate student in English program from Faculty of Education, Prince of Songkhla University.
And I am Fitara Hatkate, a graduate student in curriculum and instruction from the Faculty of Education, Prince of Songkhla University. We are very honored to be the master of ceremony for this national meeting. We are very lucky indeed that this conference takes place in the vibrant city Hat Yai, a powerhouse and multicultural hub in the south of Thailand. Concurrently, the event will be broadcast online via webinar. Please let us now inform you briefly of the program today.
For day 1, at 9 to 9:15, opening remarks. 9:15 to 10, knowledge sharing session. Topic present, CALOHEA project overview in Southeast Asia and the world. 10 to 11, policy dialogue. Topic, challenges of student workload to promote students' mobility, degree recognition, internationalization, industry-ready graduates, prospects and challenges under national and talent higher education. 11 to 11:15, we have a coffee break. 11:15 to 12:30, policy dialogue. Topic, challenges of student workload to promote student mobility, degree recognition, internationalization, industry-ready graduates, prospects and challenges from the views of academic staff, students and employers. 12:30 to 1 p.m., we have a lunch. 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m., we have knowledge sharing session. For this meeting, there will be 2 breakout rooms dedicated by each subject area. And for the online audience, in the afternoon, there are different Zoom meeting ID. The first room is teacher education, and the second room is civil engineering. The link will be sent to you soon via the chat box. Please make sure that you get a correct link. And moreover, for the online participants, we encourage you to participate in today's event by submitting your questions via the Q&A panel located at the bottom of your screen. To submit your question, simply type it into the Q&A box and hit send. E-certificate will be sent to you. Provide email in due course.
Day 2, workshop and roundtable meeting. For the workshop, there are 2 rooms. Subject area group civil engineering, venue Brighton room. The second one, subject area group teacher, education, venue Oxford room. So workshop session 1, start at 9 to 10:15. Student workload measurement and regional competency framework. At 10:15 to 10:30, it's gonna be the break time. 10:30 to 12, workshop session 2, authentic assessment and student workloads. At 12 to 1 p.m., we're gonna have lunch. At 1 to 2:30 p.m., workshop session 3, implementing student workload measurement for internationally comparable, transferable, and verifiable CCTV learning outcomes. So 2:30 to 3 p.m. gonna be the break time.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let me bring everyone to the opening ceremony. May I please invite Assistant Professor Dr. Niwat Kaelpradap, the President of Prince of Songkhla University, for the opening speeches. Please welcome.
Dr. Maria Jaros, Tuning Academy of the University of Groningen, the Netherlands, Associate Professor Bandit Tipakon, honorable speakers, representatives from Professional Council of Engineering, Dean of Faculty of Education, Prince of Songkhla University, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Hat Yai. On behalf of Prince of Songkhla University, we are delighted and honored to be one of the co-organizers of the CALOHEA capacity building, implementing student workload measurements for more effective and holistic learning outcomes in Thailand's higher education. Held today and tomorrow here in Hat Yai, which is co-sponsored by the Erasmus program of the European Union, which is thankfully acknowledged here. Firstly, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Asian University Network, or AUN, University of Groningen, the Netherlands, and to PSU Faculty of Education for their valuable support and cooperation to make this event possible. Please allow me to introduce just briefly for Prince of Songkhla University, or PSU, which is founded in 1967 as the first university in southern part of Thailand. We compose of 5 campuses in Pattani, in Hat Yai, in Surat Thani, Trang, and Phuket, cover 14 provinces of southern Thailand. Altogether, we have about 33,000 students of the 5 campuses, including about 500 international students. Currently, our program offer as PSU based on the outcome-based education. Also, all our faculty are encouraged to apply more for the quality assessment of their curriculums following the AUN QA criteria. At present, we have about 10 programs already certified by the AUN QA, and many more to come in the process. PSU is one of the members of AUN. Our university actively join the activities and strongly support on collaboration under this network among 30 universities in the 10 countries of ASEAN community. PSU is among 5 universities of Thailand that the permanent member of the AUN. We also have a strong cooperation with many European partners, especially now we have about 21 projects with Erasmus Plus project of EU, as well as we working with our friends in a European country and many more in the world. I would like to take this opportunity to thank to all our distinguished overseas and local speakers, workshop moderators, and participants who have dedicated their time of the very busy schedule to share their knowledge and experience with us during this two-day conference. I also would like to thank again for the co-sponsor, the Erasmus Plus program of the European community. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crucial project that will improve our higher education. I hope that all of us will get the perspective and more knowledge from this event. And now it's time, please join me to declare the CALOHEA capacity building implementing student workload measurements for more effective and holistic learning outcome in Thailand's higher education officially open. I wish all of you a fruitful and memorable time during this remarkable event. Thank you very much. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you so much for the opening speeches. And next, may I please invite Dr. Maria Jarosz from Tuning Academy, University of Groningen, Netherlands, for the opening speeches. Please welcome.
Mr. President, esteemed authorities of Prince Songkla University, dear guests, students, academicians, participants and members of the CALOHEA project, it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today. And I do hope, as Mr. President has mentioned, that it will be an important meeting where we can all learn a lot. Because you will find out that for 3 years now, we have been working on different instruments, tools, and mechanisms which can promote recognition and internationalization of higher education. We will be sharing them with you today and tomorrow, and we hope that for some of you, it will be the first time to hear about them. So you will really learn a lot, and you can find ways to apply them in your own context. So please, when you are listening, see what is there for you. Even if you are currently studying and not yet teaching, we hope there will be something which you can see, yes, this is something interesting for me. For other students, I'm going to talk to my teachers, to their authorities, if possible, and see how it can be used. If you are already an academic, if you're already a researcher, or if you're in the position of authority, even more, because you are in the position to make it work for the students of today, for the students of tomorrow. Maybe among you, those who are here in the room or those who are online, there are some who have already been to another dissemination event in Thailand, because this is our second one. If so, we hope that you will be able to share the insights from the first meeting, what you have learned, what you have tried out, or maybe questions, so that after this one, you can really go and implement things. So thank you. We expect your active listening and participation in these 2 days. And it's a pleasure for me, as I said already, to be here and to represent the European partners of this project.
Thank you very much for the opening speeches. To mark the official opening of the national meeting, may I invite Professor Dr. Niwat Kelpradap and Dr. Maria Jarosz for exchanging the token of appreciation as hosting institutions. May I ask all the esteemed guests to join group photos?
Don't say.
Thank you.
Okay, and next, now let me introduce you to the next program of this morning, Knowledge Sharing Session. The topic of Knowledge Sharing Session, CALOHEA Project Overview in Southeast Asia and the World. Presented by Dr. Maria Yarosh from Training Academy, University of Groningen, and Mr. Korn Ratanakosum, First Officer and Chief Strategy Officer of the ASEAN University Network. The session also will be broadcast via a webinar for the online audience.
Now, may I invite our speakers, Dr. Maria Yarosh, Mr. Korn Ratanakosum. Dr. Maria Yarosh works as a researcher and faculty developer at the International Training Academy, University of Groningen, the Netherlands. She has been working at the Training Academy for over 10 years, first in Spain and later in the Netherlands. She has taken part in and co-coordinated a number of Erasmus Plus projects, focusing on internationalization of curricula, implementation of student-centered higher education, and development of intercultural and other generic competence. Maria is coordinating the CALOHEA project together with Dr. Pablo Beneto and Dr. Robert Wagner.
Mr. Korn is the first officer and chief strategy officer of the ASEAN University Network Secretariat. He is responsible to the executive director for overseeing the operational planning and execution, the AUN activities to conduct day-to-day project coordination, planning, implementation, and evaluation across multiple units within the AUN Secretariat. Dr. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So let me make a general introduction. You will hear more from the different speakers, but at least I will try to give you an overview of what we are trying or what we have been trying to do in the CALOHEA project. Our main aim, as you can see on the screen, is to contribute to the internationalization. It's something many of us are looking for our students, for our programs, for our universities. And the way we approach it in the project is through recognition, because we know that quite often recognition, or let's say obstacles to recognition, are in the way to internationalization. So we have been working on instruments, tools, and mechanisms to promote internationalization. CALOHEA is a large-scale project. You can see that there is quite a number of universities involved, quite a number of countries, both in Southeast Asia and Europe. Plus we have the AUN as our co-coordinator, and we also have another organization in Europe who are not a university. So you can see that we have been working in 3 subject areas, because although internationalization is a general issue, a general priority, we wanted to address it through particular subject areas, to have some champions, some pilots, see if we can do it in such regulated professions as teacher education, civil engineering, and medicine. Maybe this will be a big breakthrough and it will help other subject areas to also move forward. in Thailand, originally, we wanted to work on the 3 subject areas with 3 higher education institutions. We still have the 3 higher education institutions with us in the project, but we had to make some adjustments with the medicine because, of the COVID situation, it was not possible for the team to work as actively as it was originally intended. We work in subject areas, which means that all those from teacher education, from different countries and universities will work together. The same with medicine, the same with civil engineering. And what are we working together on are the 3 recognition mechanisms. If it's the first time you are hearing about them, by the time you finish this 2 days experience, you will be really saying all the time, okay, recognition mechanism 1, recognition mechanism 2, etc. But what are they? First, we worked on creating references. We call them regional, subject-specific reference frameworks. Because we wanted to look at what we want our graduates to achieve by the time they finish their higher education programs. What are the elements we value most in our graduates in these subject areas? In the second, we call it the installment of the culture of student workload measurement. Student workload is probably not new, but somehow it quite often remains on paper. And somehow quite often it still remains an obstacle, because when we send students abroad, they come back and we're not sure whether we can really recognize this time or we just ask them to repeat it again. So we said, okay, if we want our students to be more open to these experiences and not only those who can really afford wasting a semester or year, we really need to work on the workload. And the third one is about assessment, because yes, we can recognize the aims, we can recognize the time, but it's also important to recognize the achievements. So if we can assess what our students are achieving, then it's also easier for us to recognize the learning they're doing in our institution versus another institution, either in short periods of studies or in full programs. So we wanted to develop, test these instruments, and to make them really Southeast Asian, because they do exist in the world, they have been tried by other academics, but how do we make them work for this particular region, for Thailand and for other Southeast Asian countries? Perhaps most importantly, apart from the mechanisms, we also wanted to make sure that we create the network of the champions, those who can capacitate others, who can inspire others, who can train others, because if you have people and teams who can do it, who have gone through the experience, then it's easier to multiply it, replicate it as a scaffold. No, not scaffold. What is the word? Sorry, there's one word which often escapes me. Cascade. Cascade. So, just before I introduce these 3 instruments in a bit more detail, this is one of the key terms for us, transparency. Okay, because imagine that this is your program. Okay, you build your program, it's a fantastic program, but nobody knows what's inside. You just say, this is my program. Then, okay, once it builds like this, you have to say, okay, I'll try to open a window for you so you can have a peek into my program. I'll give you some information about it. You can also say, no, I'll try to open it more. But what we are trying to do, I'm sorry for these pictures, but it's just the idea, okay, which is important, is to build the program from the start in such a way that it's transparent. Okay, we don't need to first build a box and then try opening it. We can do it from the start. So this is key, one key notion. And another one, sometimes we say that we have described our programs very well, but we have done it in our language. So it's very clear for people in our culture, in our context, but it's not clear for those who speak another language. And first we started off saying, okay, we would like to develop a common language, but still we want to preserve our own identities. We want to preserve our own specificity. So now we speak about the common reference. Okay, we can all keep our languages, but we find something which allows us to relate to each other, a kind of instrument of translation. With this in mind, I go back to the 3 recognition mechanisms, and this is another way of presenting the same, but maybe in a simpler way. The first one is about the aim. What do we want our students to get? Where do we want them to get? what do you want them to learn and be able to do by the time they graduate or when they finish their first year, second year, a particular course. Okay, so first we discussed a lot about the aims. How can we reach this transparency and common reference in terms of what we want our students to learn in different Southeast Asian countries, but in these subject areas? What do we all value? The second one is about the time. How do we organize our student learning? We like this image of the iceberg because not everything is visible. There is some part of the student learning which is visible to us when we are teaching, because this is the time students spend in the classroom. And then there is another part which we don't see. And we all have these two parts. Doesn't matter what subject our students are studying in which country. But the way we organize our learning is different, depending on the program, depending on the institution, etc. How can we find this common reference, this transparency in terms of the time our students are spending on learning, on achieving the learning outcomes which we all value? And the third one is about the quality control. It's about assessment. How do we know if our students get there, where we say on paper that they will get, where we promise them that we will get, where we promise the society that they will get? In the first recognition mechanism about the aims, about what we want our students to learn, we are fully inside the paradigm of outcomes-based education. So we say when we have a program, before we have a program, we need to be clear about the graduate and the program profile. And here, again, just to remind that we are talking about recognition, but not about all of us being similar, because every graduate profile is different. Every institution who offers a program in the same subject area, but imagine in two different parts of the same country, there is always a context. You are preparing your students, we're preparing students for a particular context. We also need to count with university strengths, because every university has something which they want to offer to the students, which makes you PSU graduate, different from any other university graduate. Plus, at the same time, what we call in the project, there is a meta profile. This is a part of the graduate profile which makes recognition possible. It makes a doctor, an architect, a civil engineer, and a teacher. Because if this is not there, you can say, well, you might have been studying education, but probably you're not a teacher. Maybe you're an educational scientist or something else. You are studying engineering, but not civil engineering. There is something which is missing. We cannot recognize you in another context. So we were focusing in line 1 on this meta profile. What is the core? What needs to be there for the students to be recognized as professionals in their chosen subject area? This core we expressed in the form of the table. So this is what we call the reference frameworks. You will hear more about them, but we tried to be more specific, okay? Because we said, what are the responsibilities our students should be prepared to assume when they graduate? Once we are clear about the responsibilities, we said, okay, what are the skills they will need in order to be able to assume these responsibilities? And finally, what is the knowledge, which is the foundation for this? So thinking in these 3 categories, we identified the dimensions of this core and we tried to express them. It was not so easy, but you will see the results. And it was what will be presented to you in these 2 days has been already presented to many academics, employers, and graduates. So we consider that it has been validated, but we're still happy to hear from you if you have something to suggest. And just to make sure that you see that it's solid, it's based on the ASEAN Reference Qualification Framework Level 6. It is based on the previous consultation which was conducted in the Southeast Asian region in terms of the competences which constitute this core. But as I said, from the competences, we moved to the learning outcomes, or at least to the elements, to make it more concrete and to facilitate the recognition further. We looked at the national qualification frameworks, at all the regulatory documents, to make sure that the frameworks we propose are not incompatible, because if you want to have an international reference, it's important that it's also compatible with your national reference. And we also asked ourselves about the future. At least we tried. You know that in education, we're always trying to predict what will happen in the future, although we might be quite often a bit behind because by the time we plan and we implement, things change. But we tried. So this is our first, the products, the first line is like this. And you can see there later on, you will be able to see the slides, because we say, okay, this reference, they allow recognition in a number of ways, recognition of full degrees, and also recognition of shorter periods of studies. And what is important is that they allow such recognition, at least we build them to allow such recognition in all the countries who participated in their design and validation. So the question now is how we can make it work also in Thailand for Thai students, for Thai higher education institutions. This is our recognition mechanism 1. Okay, this is our first line of work to make sure that we discuss what is valued all over the region and we express it in quite concrete terms so that we can find each other in this reference table. And you can say, in my institution, this is what we focus on. These are the key dimensions we work on. We want to focus on knowledge, or we bring our students still responsibilities, or in some cases, skills. Okay? So the idea is that in this framework, everybody can find themselves. And then we can see where we stand in comparison to each other, what our strengths are, how we can develop joint cooperation, where we might want to stand our students, because that institution has something we are not currently offering, and what we can offer to another institution if students come to us. The second one about the time. So how do we organize our student learning? Sometimes, as I said, it is not something which really is integral part of curriculum design. And we wanted to make sure that this time consideration becomes something academics or academicians think about, students also think about, and there is a dialogue. So in our projects, we were guided by these 3 questions. Why, even it's important, what tools we can use, and how do we make sure that it's not something some of us do, but it's how to make sure that it's a part of the culture, that everybody in the program, in the institution is involved in this dialogue, that we see the value, that we see how it contributes to the quality of student learning and also to recognition and internationalization. And just to make clear, when we speak of the student workload, we really mean the full one. Those which happens during the contact hours and those which happens, you can call it independent work. Normally it's really guided by the teacher, but still it's something the teachers don't see. We think it takes so much time, but how much time does it really take our students? So this took us quite some time. And this, if those of you who are in the room and who have participated in these exercises, you will be able to share your experiences. Also for the students, quite often it takes some time to start saying, okay, how much time it actually took me to study for this particular subject, to do this task. We normally complain about that it takes us a lot of time, but do we really try to estimate it and try to improve our designs according to these estimations? So we like this idea of the iceberg, as I told you, and this context hours is the visible part. But yeah, for recognition, we need transparency. So I booked this idea of transparency. And the common reference is the student learning. It's not how much time students spend with the teachers, but how much time they spend learning in order to achieve the learning outcomes which we consider important enough to put into our programs and courses. So here is the second part. And this is the question we were trying to answer. And we were trying to develop tools, to adapt tools in order to be able to answer this question. So this will be also presented in these 2 days, and you can learn more and you can share your experience. Maybe you are trying something else. We would also like to hear about how you are doing it, or how you think, if you're a student now, how you think it can be done better. And just to show you what is in in this lower part of the iceberg, it's the preparation for the tasks, it's the preparation for assessment, it's everything. Even if you expect your students, or if you as a student are expected to go through your notes, which you took during the lecture, it's also the learning time. And why is it important? Imagine that I'm trying to send my student to another institution, and I have this course A at my institution and this course B at another institution. I have identified that the learning outcomes are comparable. So I say, okay, but how much time will students spend learning? Because normally we also are interested in the time, because for somehow time is correlation of quality. So if in the course A, there are 3 hours, contact hours, and in course B, there are 5 contact hours, does it mean that students in course B are getting deeper learning? If we only look at contact hours, it might seem so. But that's why we say independent work is also very important, because then we say, okay, but in total, these 2 courses will ask students to spend the same time on learning. It's just that the learning process has been organized differently. In the first course, students spend less time in contact hours and more time doing assignments, working together with peers, preparing for something, for assessment or for presentations. And in course B, it's more time in the classroom. And maybe they're doing the same activities, because you can do teamwork in the classroom or outside the classroom. Or you can do some preparation inside the classroom for the assessment or outside. It doesn't mean that one is better than the other. What is important is that in total, the time is comparable and the learning outcomes achieved are comparable. But the same, just a graphic example, you can also have course C, where you have 3 hours in one institution, 2 hours in the other. So you say, okay, but the total is very different. That's why we're saying talking about the full student workload is so important. Otherwise, we only compare what we can see above the water line. And that's not enough, because our students are learning not only when we see them. At least we hope so. In terms of the tools, we explored the 4 tools, starting with the desk estimation. It's when academics discuss among themselves what they think about the time. We tried the end of semester questionnaire, when the impressions of academics are compared with the impressions of students. We moved to the diary or the logbook, where it's really done activity per activity. So the planning the teacher does is shared with the students, and we get feedback from the students. I give you these 3 tasks. I think you will spend so much time on task 1, so much time on task 2, and so much time on task 3. How much time have you actually spent? So it's the most detailed one. And then we had focus group discussions where we explored some of the inconsistencies or surprising findings we got in the first 3. Again, you will get more details. You will get more details from the project members who have gone through these exercises, but my idea is to introduce you to give you the general overview. So in terms of the individual programs, in the workload, we collected data, we discussed the data, we reflected on how this can help us to enhance curricula, because our big aim was to make sure that all the stakeholders, different stakeholders in the program, are engaged in this kind of dialogue, revising higher education programs and courses based on the analysis of the data. So the data is not only collected, they are analyzed and enhancements are made, because quite often this cycle is not complete. And as a result, we hope that we have identified the tools and formats that can help us make student workload measurement part of our cultures. So you will see or you will hear from the speakers how these tools can be adjusted. You can still adjust them further in your context, but the idea is that first you try and then you see what works for you. In our project, we already tried at least the 4 tools, and we hope that every program who participated has found their own combination which works for them. And then at the level of the project or the ASEAN region, we want to contribute to this kind of discussion. How can we all work on making student workload measurement part of, and how can we create the regional recognition system? Because we know that in the region there are many credit systems, sometimes even at the level of a particular university. Is it a problem? Per se, not. Provided that we have this common reference and we have the logic which we can use to convert one system to another, and we're all focused on student learning and not only on the contact hours, which are more related to the teacher's salary and the contracts. So from these discussions in our subject area groups and at the national level, so for example, from discussion which will happen in this dissemination capacity building event, we would like to come up with recommendations for the region. So this is a summing up in terms of the first and the second. We're looking at recognition and internationalization, and our focus is on the learning on the students. From the first one, we're looking at what will be recognized, and it's not what the teachers want to teach so much, but it's the outputs, what the learning will happen, what students will learn. And in terms of how much will be recognized again, we are moving from the teacher-centered to the student-centered. Because it's not the input, but it's the output, the student, the full time spent on learning. And finally, our third line, it's what we can call in short quality control or assessment. Can we really see whether our students get to where we want them to get? We are focusing on authentic assessment. It's a term which is not new for some, maybe new for some. We discovered that we are doing it sometimes without using the term. But the idea that the more complex learning we want our students to achieve, the more need we have for assessment, which is quite often called authentic. This is assessment which allows students to demonstrate the elements which we want them to learn in the contexts which are as similar as possible to the real life scenario where they will have to apply these skills, knowledge, or demonstrate these responsibilities. Because knowledge you can still probably check with a multiple choice test, but if we're talking about skills, we need to be able to create scenarios where our students can demonstrate these skills, and if we're talking about responsibilities, even more. We need to create these scenarios where we can see, are our students ready to assume these responsibilities, or is there something still we need to help them to learn? And it's also based on performance standards. Here comes the transparency, because it's not only the teacher or the specialist who knows what is good and what is bad, it's somehow in the head, but it should be spelled out so that the students can also see and learn to assess their own performance. Because once they graduate, well, there will be some people who will still be giving them feedback, but for professionals, it's important to be able to judge the quality of their own performance. Just to show you what we have been doing, we started with diagnosis. Are we already doing it? Where are we? All the programs which participate in the project did this kind of self-reflection, self-assessment. We developed plans. Each program said, okay, now I know my starting point. How can I move forward? Because it's very individual, it's very context-bound, program-bound. And then we are spending the major part of the project in this sense on implementing the plans, because we really want to move forward. But also we have created, or we're working on creating examples, inspirational examples, because sometimes this authentic assessment sounds like something very complex. Maybe we can do it, but can really an individual teacher do it? Or is it something which can only happen during the internship? So we are trying to show how this can be done in many different contexts so that others can be inspired and start using it at different levels, different programs. Okay, so these are the 3 lines, and the idea is that together we can build this community of a network of champions, and hopefully, thanks to you being here today, you will become members of this community as well. So we hope and we are happy to welcome you to our network.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for such an insightful presentation. And next, may I invite Mr. Kon Ratanakosum. The floor is yours. Please welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Korn. I'm from the AUN Secretariat, and our secretariat is the sectoral body of the ASEAN Secretariat under the socio-cultural community pillar. As the AUN is the coordinator of this project and also share the dissemination activities with the aim to introduce the project to the stakeholders of the higher education institutions in the ASEAN region who are not part of the project. I'd like to share with you the aspect of dissemination of the project development and outputs and why this project is important to the universities in Thailand and also the ASEAN region as a whole. So as you might have already learned from Dr. Maria's presentation, please allow me to provide you with a short recap that there are three main objectives of CALOHEA project, which are to create the subject-specific qualification and assessment reference framework compatible with the European frameworks. The second one is to install the culture of verifying and taking into account the full volume of the student workload to make the institution, nation, and the region credit system fully compatible with the workload and outcome-based credit system. And lastly is also to promote the assessment of program learning outcomes. As the ultimate aim of this project is to create mobility among the higher education institutions within the region and also between ASEAN and Europe as well. It is important that the objectives of this project are applied region-wide at the institutional, national, and regional level. And adoption of the three recognition mechanisms in the three subject areas by the programs, faculty, universities who are not in the project would be the way forward for this mobility to happen. And in order to bring the objective of this project into fruition, it is important that all stakeholders, including the students, the academic staff, the university executives, the alumni, the employers, and QA agencies and the government agencies to involve and engage in the project to develop the three recognition mechanisms in order to achieve and bring about the mobilities in the region. So you may have a question in mind. Why do we need to focus on mobility? What is the importance that this would have towards our graduates? In recent AUN presidential forums, where the presidents, rectors, and vice chancellors of the AUN member universities came together to discuss the current trend in the realm of higher education in the region, this agenda of mobility was being extensively discussed. The universities in Southeast Asia are assigned with a role to nurture and develop graduates for the world to become competent, productive, and successful to meaningfully contribute to the society and economy. We come to realize that developing graduates has become more and more complex as the external environment fluctuate in which it has become the VUCA world, the world full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. The focus now shifts to other attributes, such as equipping graduates to deal with the change and uncertainty with more influence on disposition and resilience. Students must learn to embrace and to understand and to be exposed to other disciplines, other countries, and other cultures and industries, as this is critical in helping the graduates to attain a better sense and help them find a footing in this very complex world. And this is why mobility will play a crucial role in how universities can effectively develop the graduates. And also the question why CALOHEA, what does this project have to offer to have our interest? The CALOHEA project is a project under the Tuning Academy International, is the International Higher Education and Research Center of the quality of learning, teaching, and assessment in higher education, with the focus on the competences for intellectual development, employability, and citizenship in a global context. For ASEAN, in 2016 to 2019, the Tuning Academy carried out the Tuning Asia Southeast Project, or TASE, introducing the tuning methodology for the design of compatible and comparable degree programs by adapting, restructuring, and testing curricula in 3 subject areas using the European credit transfer system and recognition of degrees. The world map, where the blue color is covered, where the national and regional project utilizing tuning methodology has been carried out. So the tuning methodology has been gaining its footing and is laying the foundation for the mobility to happen at the global context. At this moment, the project under Tuning Academy International has been implemented. The 3 recognition mechanisms in South America, the S project in Europe, CALOHEA, CALOHEA 2, CALOHEA X, all of which aiming at building the foundation of student mobility through the utilization of recognition mechanisms. And with the aim to promote the regional mobilities, there are a total of 14 national meetings to be held throughout the project. There will be 2 national meetings per country in 7 ASEAN countries, namely Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And at the moment, we are already on the 2nd round of this national meeting. And this meeting hosted by Prince of Songkhla University is the 2nd national meeting in the 2nd round. Out of the 1st round of the 7 national meetings, the project was able to attract more than 1,558 participants from the 7 ASEAN countries who are not in the project. Let us look into the benefit of this project towards the higher education in the ASEAN region. So even though the ultimate objective of this project is to drive inter-regional mobility, what this project has built along the ways of development, it creates a platform. It is a platform for practitioners from both ASEAN and European partners to exchange knowledge and experience on the principle of the mobility itself, the 3 recognition mechanisms, enabling them to collaborate and mutually recognize academic degree competencies of each other. This platform also fosters the academic staff in the ASEAN region joining force to help each other towards common degree recognition mechanisms. It is also a platform where ideas and different country contexts are shared, exchanged, and discussed in order to arrive at what would be the best way forward to drive mobility. And also the 3 recognition mechanisms introduced in this project on the development of the regional framework, the installment of student workload, and the identification of authentic assessment of learning outcomes. It provides effective learning experiences for the students and for the individual academic instructors as well. And with the outcomes mutually recognized by the ASEAN and global stakeholders, it will allow a clearer, better, and more efficient establishment of degree mobility, equivalency, and portability among countries in the ASEAN region, as well as that with ASEAN and the rest of the world. And most importantly, the applicability, the process and tools of CALOHEA may also be contextualized and replicated for other disciplines as well. And CALOHEA project is driving a change and its impact, that widening possibility of inter-regional mobilities, connecting people together, and in the end, enhance the internationalization of the universities in Thailand and in the ASEAN as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. And now it is time for Q&A. So questions are welcome from both on-site and online audience. If anyone have a question, you can raise your hand.
Okay, we have got a question from the online audience. And the question is, exposure time is not as important as learning time. My question is, how do we measure learning?
Well, thank you very much for this question. I don't know how long an answer do you expect? Because through learning, we say that at least when we formulate learning outcomes, we make our learning measurable, because we say this is what we're going to focus on. Learning is something which happens throughout the whole life, but in our programs, we have to be realistic. We can say the time the students have to spend with us is so much. So what can be achieved during these years of the program? The time the students have in every particular course is also so much. So with learning outcomes, we already cut a part of learning which we are going to measure. Then, once we have the learning outcomes, at least in the logic of outcomes-based education, we make sure that every activity which we offer our students is linked to these learning outcomes. So first, we make sure that we can assess. This is the first question we ask. Okay, if we have set the aim for ourselves, do we know how we will know if our students are there or not? Do we know with what activities we can measure how well our students are progressing towards this aim? So this is the assessment question. Then, as I said, all the learning activities which we propose to the students have to be related to this learning outcome. Just to start answering this question, because the question is very large, I don't know if somebody else wants to add something to the question, to the answer, but this is, we're trying to make it visible, we're trying to make it measurable, we're trying to articulate it. But then it's a very philosophical question as well. What is learning? And whether our students are also learning some other things which we don't set in the learning outcomes. And maybe this is even better, even more valuable. Or if it's so valuable, maybe we'll have to put it in the learning outcomes.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer. And for now, anyone want to answer from this room? You can raise your hand.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me bring you to the next program of this morning, a policy dialogue. The topic of the policy dialogue is challenges of student workload to promote student mobility, degree recognition, internationalization, industry-ready graduates, prospects and challenges under national and higher education institution context. This dialogue is also will be broadcasted via Zoom webinar for all online audience.
We are honored to have Dr. Maria Yarosh, Tuning Academy, University of Groningen, as the moderator of this session. And we have 4 honorable speakers. First, Associate Professor Dr. Monty Yam Kasikar. He is the Senior Advisor for Professional Development to Secretariat Officer of the Teachers' Council of Thailand. The second, Associate Professor Dr. Bandit Thipakon. He is the Advisor to the President for Learning Innovation, King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi.
Third, Associate Professor Sariddet Patanasetapong. He is the second Vice President of the Council of Engineers Thailand. Fourth, Assistant Professor Dr. Thakeung Wongsirijot. He is the Vice President for Academic and International Affairs, Prince of Songkhla University. I now turn the floor to Dr. Maria.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the members of this panel. What we will do is first you will make your interventions, you will make your presentations in the order which was announced. I will also try to announce you, but please excuse my pronunciation of your names. I practiced a bit, but I know that it's not as it should be. And then if we have time, I know that you were asked to shorten your presentations to make space for questions and answers. So the idea is that we will have some discussions. I would like to thank you for being here with us in the first part. And if possible, please make links between what you are presenting and what we are doing in the project. And if not, we will do it in the discussion later on. So can we please proceed with the presentation of Associate Professor Dr. Montri? The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I would like to share our organization. We call in Thai Korusapa, or Teacher Council of Thailand, which I participate CALOHEA from last year at Chulalongkorn University, and this time is second time. The Teacher Council of Thailand is a one organization who control the quality of the teacher who want to teach in Thailand, especially foreigner or Thai teacher. First of all, I would like to review that the people or the person who want to be teacher in Thailand, in the past we have at least two channels. The first channel is they intend to be a teacher. They have to study in education degree from the Faculty of Education. After that, after they graduate from the Faculty of Education, which the curriculum approved by the Teacher Council of Thailand, they can get the provisional license for 2 years, just for 2 years. After that, they can apply to be a teacher by pass the examination from the Ministry of Education. If they pass, they can to be a teacher just only 2 years. If they want to continue, they have to take a test, teaching license test. If they pass, they can get the B license or basic license for 5 years. That is our system. Another way is if the person who not graduated from the Faculty of Education, such as Faculty of Science, Faculty of Humanity, or another faculty, if they want to be a teacher, they can get the temporary teaching license from Teacher Council of Thailand every 2 years, just only 2 years. They have to continue. Now we have the people who get the temporary teaching license allow more than 500,000. Many teachers in Thailand, they want to be a teacher. They have to study in, we call the master degree for education or teaching license certificate curriculum. If they get the degree, they can get the P license also. After they get the P license, also the same system, they have to pass the teaching license. If they pass, they can get the basic license. Now we have 2 ways. They can study in master degree or teaching license certificate curriculum. Now, Kalusapa or Teacher Council of Thailand, we create online learning in several modules. Several modules is look like the MOOC. We start from last month. The module 2 we start now. If they can get several modules, they can apply to take a teaching license. They pass, they can get the teaching license and teach in Thai school at least 1 year. They pass, if they pass the evaluation for the experience in school for 1 year, they can get the basic license. This is system. But another way, we have the tree, the look like the channel tree. The channel tree is if you graduate from abroad, from abroad, we have two options. You can apply your degree from abroad. If your degree is an education degree or teacher education degree, we can accept the degree, and then you can pass, you can get the P license. You can get the P license. You can work in school for 2 years, And then you have to take a test again for the B license. This is another way. We just a new channel for now. For the teaching license now, we have we have the 7 online module, learning module. And we change the system. The teaching license test, you use the land working station network. We will start from this year, November this year. Every station to use the land workstation testing. Another thing is I will try to reflect our organization that the Teacher Council of Thailand would like to solve the problem with the teacher in Thailand. They make a mistake. The code of conduct is very important. And then we have the project which we call the EPLC, Ethics for Professional Learning Community. Last year we have the teacher-student, not teacher-student, the teacher more than 12,000 to unethical. It means that they have to punishment. We promote the positive ethics by the PLC or Professional Learning Community, that they have to show that they have to how to take care of their student, to take care of their friend during in the school. This is I explained just now, just last time. If they hold a teacher license from the foreign country, you can apply to transfer to our Thai system. This is I would like to reflect that when last 3 months we have the system with you can transfer the degree from abroad. China is reflect immediately that they want to adapt their curriculum along with our teacher standard. This is the first one. The Guangxi Normal University, they want to adapt the teachers training curriculum in Bachelor of Education in the university. Yeah. And another example is Heilongjiang province in China. They would like to cooperate with Teacher Council of Thailand how to train the teacher to be a teacher in Thailand, and how to teach, how to evaluate or apply all the teacher. Yes. And another one, we have try to set the standard for the quality school. We call Thailand STEM Quality School. We work with the CMO country member to promote STEM quality school standard and promote the school improvement plan through academic leadership team. And also we have the strengthening teacher education program, cooperate with the CMO also. Now we have Iran University to participate in this project. We have the cooperation with the University of Pennsylvania in US. This is a sample of our Teacher Council of Thailand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now please invite Associate Professor Dr. Bandit?
Well, Dr. Monty, Dr. Srited, and Dr. Skirng, and Dr. Maria, and distinguished guests. Well, I think something that I have to say at the beginning that maybe I will answer your question with the different perspective, or I will try to turn everything around, okay, start from the other side. Actually, the way my presentation is really aligned with Dr. Maria. And then I just learned everything about the CALOHEA today, just a moment, when she's talking about, because I have never been or have any experience with this project before. But I have a project, I have an experience in try to make change, try to improve the quality of higher education, especially for the Thailand country. So I think to answer, I have to say we have to ditch two things. One is time. The second one is subject to teach. Then I think you can answer from the other way around. Okay? Because normally when you create the curriculum, when you decide the curriculum, you start with the subject to teach. And how are you going to measure the learning? Because you are in the mode of teaching at the beginning. That's why you have a question like that, okay? How can you measure the learning? Because the learning you didn't really plan at the beginning. You plan with the teaching, okay? So the way that I'm going to talk is, now I move the mode from teaching to learning. So I said, well, in that case, in order to measuring the workload, now, how do you know that when the learning progress and mastery happen? If you already put it in design, then it's not hard to measure. The hardest thing is, the challenge is changing your mindset. Okay, so, well, the system happened in the old day. Back then, everything is, the change is very, very slow. Nothing changed at all. It's, for my life, it's almost took me 50 years in order to see some changes. So it's 50 years. But after I retire, I see so many change happen within 5 years. So, okay, so in that case, the system is created this way. So it's because of the small change. I mean, it's small change. So everything is go by age. You teach people by age. When you at a certain age, you do things together. So everything is exactly the same. You get into the similarity, you get into the continuous, you get into the equality, and finally, you get into exclusion. If you cannot stay in the system, you expel. They kick you out of the system. So, sorry. So this happen, this come with the seed time, is everything that you used to, especially for the credit hour, which is really a system. And then credit hour is really a common currency for education system. Okay, if you try not to ditch this one, you won't be able to measuring learning outcome. You make the learning outcome happen. So this is, everything is built around this unit hour, credit hour. And you know, Maria said something a little bit, but actually the Carnegie unit or unit hour is a pension system. It's a working load of the faculty member. So it's not really anything involved with learning at all. Okay, so because I have too many slides, and then they tell me 5 minutes. So this all these things, you will see things happen like this. So in the old day, okay, you learn and then it's up to you. You can success after you finish the degree. it's up to you. Okay, so now everything changed because of change happen continuously, and then so you get diversity, discrete, equity, and inclusion. Okay, so now for many of you in this room, you have to change your job at least 10 or 15 times within your life, and then you have to work until 80, not 60 like me. So, and then the job is it shift from discipline based to skill based work, and then you have your colleague as a robot or deep learning is coming. So you have to be more humanization. So this is getting harder and harder. Your life is getting tougher and tougher. So instead of knowing things, you have to be able to do things. You have to have a competence to do things. So shift happen. So these are the things that will shift from the seed time to the mastery learning. Okay, and then I will skip all this, and then your education and your work is go together. You cannot separate them. The future of work is learning. Okay, so you have to be competent, and then maybe this is a system that you will see in the future. Soon it will come. It will be learning continuum. It's not a discrete education. So in order to do so, you have to shift everything to do the competence-based education. And then from the competence, you have to start with design with outcome. You have to focus on outcome. And then and as I mentioned earlier, when you design your learning outcome, the most important is how learning develop. Is a progress. You have to know exactly when and where and how. So you, instead of measuring, you facilitate, you support learning. So you not really measure. So if you do all these things, I believe that you can measure learning. But you have to ditch time out of the equation to make it outcome-based education. And the thing that you have three key, the Maria said, aim, and then the second one is time, and then the third one, if I remember correctly, is authentic, it's measurement, authentic, exactly the same as I said. My first one is learning outcome. The second one is learning progress, progression, and mastery is mastery time. It's not really seed time. And then the third one, the same, authentic assessment. This is very hard. The thing that you have to be able to recognize is you have to, really? I think it's gone. Okay. So, but the most important thing that I have to point out in the future, you have to have a unit that you call recognize prior learning. It's not in Thailand, but it's everywhere in Europe, in America. I think this is something that we have to do it right now. Recognize prior learning. It doesn't matter learning from work, learning from this school or that school, learning from the other country. So it means that now, when you do learning outcome, it's like the mobility is experience. You go there in order to get experience from work. Okay? All in all, change your mindset. Open your mind. Accept the new thing. This is coming. Yes, it's coming soon. Okay? And then we are going to do it for the sake of our children, not ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we now please give the floor to Associate Professor Sarit Dey?
Thank you for inviting me here one more time. Dr. Maria, Dr. Muntri, and Dr. Bandit, and also my colleagues presenter. In March, I have 30-minute presentation. And yesterday, I learned that I have 10-minute presentation under the same slides presentation. So please bear with me. Some of the slide presentation will not be described in detail or extensively discussed. What I'm planning to talk about is just COET, Council of Engineers Thailand, functions and responsibility. But secondly, will be a recognition scheme for professional qualification and degree recognitions. And the third one, we're talking about TABI, Thailand Accreditation Board for Engineering Education, operated by Council of Engineers Thailand. And this is an outcome-based accreditation, which is operating on voluntary basis at this moment. And we will discuss briefly on TABI program outcome, which is we do not really emphasize on learning outcome, but we do emphasize on program outcome. The learning outcome must be emphasized by educational program and aligned to program outcome, which to be observed and which to be assessed by TABI. Okay, thirdly, we're talking about mobility, professional mobility. About functions and responsibility of the Council of Engineers Thailand, it is a must to talk about it. The Council of Engineers Thailand is established under the Engineer Act 1999, okay, which is last decade. It is independent operated under Engineer Act. It operates under its own rules and regulations. However, we must comply with the other regulation announced by Ministry of Higher Education as well. So all these have to work together for the benefit of educational in Thailand. The function of Council of Engineers Thailand is to issue license, professional license, and in particular is regulated engineering discipline, 7 engineering disciplines, which is required to have a professional license. But other engineering disciplines are not required. And lately, new innovation, digital era, so on, are not required to have the professional license at this moment. Secondly, we'll have to recognize, not have to, but must to recognize educational qualification for those who apply for professional license to operate in Thailand. And the other is just to certify the knowledge and professional competencies, which is this scheme is recognized for not only for regulated engineering discipline, but also applying for non-regulated engineering discipline as well, which we have to promote the professional practice of these non-regulated engineering disciplines to be able to move forward and to mobilize their professional practice in ASEAN and in other countries as well. About recognition. Council of Engineers have decided to have 2 tracks of the degree accreditations. Okay, the first one will have the regulated engineering program on the yellow color box. This is 7 programs have to be recognized. We call it degree recognitions. And this track 1, degree recognition, are basically at this moment a prescriptive-based accreditation, which is outdated last year already. No longer valid under the announcement of Ministry of Higher Education on that require all programs in the Kingdom of Thailand must be accredited and accessed by third party. And for the Council of Engineers Thailand, who's responsible for degree recognition of the engineering education in Thailand. So we must have to amend this degree recognition to comply with the Ministry of Higher Education regulations. The second track is called TABI, Thailand Accreditation Board for Engineering Education. These tracks are designed to have a volunteer basis and connected to the international activities and professional mobility. We attach to the International Engineering Alliance, and within that International Engineering Alliance, we'll have the Washington Accord agreement and also professional agreement operate within the same umbrella. And they have about 23 and more than 23 countries and accreditation agency operate and recognize each other through that's what they call Washington Accord signatories. And at this moment, Thailand TABI is operate its status as the Washington Accord provisional, and we're in process to apply. I've already applied for, but in process to verify the TABI system. And after the verification and after the approval of TABI accreditation, then will be recognized worldwide in America, in Thailand, in China, in India, in Russia, and everywhere, except Europe. But European country, EU, they have the recognition arrangement with EuroRes has accredited what you call recognition arrangement with the Washington Accord as well. So all this tie in together based on outcome-based accreditations. So those who are passing through the recognition and accreditation, they are eligible to take examination and apply for license, professional license. But for those non-regulated engineering programs, they are free to do anything without license. However, they need to be recognized as well for professional practice. The system, TABI system, we have evaluated and very similar to the other countries. We have set up the organization of TABI within the Council of Engineers Thailand. We operate two tracks. The first one is EAC, Engineering Accreditation Commission. The second one is Engineering Technology Accreditation Commissions. At this moment, we only assess on engineering program. No application for engineering technology program yet. The reason is that people would rather be recognized by Washington Accord rather than recognized by Sydney Accord because of something different. Anyway, on the blue color blocks is working group under the TABI, and we have all the Washington Accord readiness working group. We'll have the training group, PV training, university program training, and so on. We also have IAB, Industrial Advisory Board, which is, they have some representative from the organizations such as PTEP, ECAT, SCG, what do you call, Electrical Authority, Electrical Authority, and also some other private company like Sinothai. We access on 8 accreditation criteria, which is very similar to Washington Accord and very similar to other accreditation programs, which is student, program education objectives, program outcome, which is the most important, one very important, and also connected to the continuous improvement which is very important for the assessment of Thai assessment. And the curriculum, which is contents, credit requirements, and so on. The faculties, which are including the number of faculty, experience, and qualification of the faculty and teachers. Facilities, also talking about IT arrangement, talking about library, talking about laboratory, lab safety, and so on, so on. And lastly is the institutional support. We'll discuss and emphasize, take a look on the arrangement of budgeting, arrangement on the faculty trainings, and support for the outcome-based budgeting. This program outcome, we have 11 program outcome. What you call substantial equivalent with Washington Court graduate attribute. Okay, so the program outcome and Washington Court graduate attribute has been arranged so that we can have similarity and substantial equivalence, but not at the same, but more or less very similar. And this the program outcome we have been using for several years already. So this have to be improved during the third revision of TABI rule and procedure. So this have very similar and very substantial equivalence. TABI has 11 program outcomes, while ABET have 7 program outcomes. Student outcome are a little bit different, but substantial equivalence. But however, when TABI access and TABI do accreditation, we have to base on 11 program outcomes. Some of the 4 that missing have to be emphasized as well at this moment. This is the activities of TABI throughout the years, starting in August, ending in June of the next year. 1 year, 1 cycle, with all the program applied for accreditation have to be ready, have to be examined once a year. But not, we do it once a year, 1 round a year only. So the whole years we've been operated to make the accreditations. The process is document review, program visit, accreditation reporting. All this take time, take a lot of meeting, take a lot of discussion in between the PV program evaluator team. And also take a lot of time and effort from the university program to answer, to satisfy the checks and the requirement of any answers or any question raised by the PV. So this take place during the document review. During the program visit, we, we intervene all students, professors, teaching assistants, and also alumni, including stakeholders as well. And we come back and do the report. It takes several months as well to the reporting to make sure that all point has been and has been suggested to the university program. And this is the accreditation status. We have 6-year accreditation cycle. And program may have the full accreditation or may have the accreditation with requirement not exceeding 3 years, or else have provisional accreditation for those program, new program, and no alumni or no graduate to be interviewed yet. So this have to be temporary arrangement. And the number 4 is deferred accreditation. And the last one is decline. So normally we do number 1 and number 2. We don't want to do number 5, and we definitely don't want to do number 4 and number 5. And this is something that very difficult for us as well. We have operated and accredited 17 programs already from 7 institutions. And about watching record, there are 23 full signatories, and at this moment, 6 provisional signatories. And Thailand has been under provisional status since 2019. And we hope that we can be able to achieve the signatory status within a year or two. All these countries which are called signatories, which you can see that cover USA, Asia, South Africa, South America, Africa as well. So cover a whole lot of global area. We are in the process of number 4 already at this moment, and that we hope to achieve it within 1 or 2 years. Talking about issue on professional mobility, we use this document, International Engineering Alliance, Graduate Attribute and Professional Competencies. This has been revised to be a version 4 already during the past 10 years. So they keep changing. And 2 points, graduate attributes is for educational accord, and professional competency is for competency agreement, which is covering. And this what we emphasize and work on. This IEA graduate attribute and professional competencies also working together with UNESCO to be able to achieve United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. And some of SDG we already added to the graduate attribute requirement. So a lot of change will be from now to the next 3 to 4 years' time. That include all the sustainable development goals. So this university program must be aware that you have to update all the requirements and modernize your program to be able to solve and achieve the SDG as well. This slide also encompassing educational, which is what I call WE, and Thailand is TABI. Okay, what we do is graduate attribute assessment. Those who graduate from TABI also entering to professional practice on the middle row, IPA come from International Professional Engineering Agreement and also APEC Engineering Agreement. So this agreement is under the IEA umbrella, and they are having the recognition of professional competencies. So Council Engineer Thailand also have to work on this and develop engineering graduate toward the professional engineering profession as well. So we're using professional practice regulation to promote all the Council Engineer Thailand activities, which including capacity building, including the continuing professional development, including structural training, including technology transfer, and also we announcing competency framework that's including all IEA professional competencies inside these 4 areas: engineering knowledge, professional leadership, experience and skill, professional leadership, and also awareness of professional practice. So we also do the assessment to promote professional license from associate engineer license to professional engineer license, and choose a senior professional engineer license through responsible charge and also through the, sorry, too small for me to read. Yeah, still, what do you call? Professional report. And by this scheme or this operate under the Council Engineer Thailand, we would create the competitiveness for the Thai engineer. On that, they can perform their engineering services, they can perform their engineering practices throughout the world. And this slide coming from areas which we study for ASEAN engineering services and also professional services. This issue mentioning about what need to be addressed and what need to be studied. On this, sorry, too small for me. Professional competency is the first block on the third column. This is Council Engineer Thailand emphasized on educational qualification and also emphasized on the professional qualification as well, competencies. So these two areas, two blocks are responsible for Council Engineer Thailand responsible. The other, talking about market assessment. Before go to market assessment, all these professional qualification and recognition going under mode 4 of negotiation, which is movement of natural persons. With movement of natural person cannot be performed, cannot be mobilized without investment, without project investment and corporations. So this market access addressed on mode 3 of negotiation, which is the commercial presence, which means talking about 70%, 3%, 30% investment ratio from international investment and domestic investment ratio. This something like this have to be considered. And once the free trade agreement have some negotiation on this agreement or MRA, then it will need some investment, and with investment, they will need engineer, they will need architect, they will need professional services. So that's coming under mode 4. Anyway, under the COVID-19, we have mode 1, which is, mode 1 is, what do you call? Service through digital communication. There's no require for national movement and national person movement. No require for investment. For example, China have sent influx of merchandise throughout the logistics. And all this through mode 1, which is talking about import, export systems, and so on. And mode 2 is talking about travel, tourism, travel, or consumption abroad. So this all mode 1, mode 2, mode 3, and mode 4 all tied together. Okay. We just cannot consider only single mode, like that movement of national person only, or recognition of education only. But we have to consider whole scheme of corporations. So the other subjects, talking about tax, talking about visa, entry, and so on, security, national security, and so on. So this ASEAN have so much difference among ASEAN members, and it cannot be mobilized without recognition, and cannot be mobilized without working together and having some exemption after doing recognition. They will have some exemption on rules and regulations as well. So Council Engineer Thailand, we have to do some exemption on rule and regulation as well. At this, from now on forward, we have to consider exemption as well. This way forward, proposed by area, that we should do some improvement on rules and regulation, we need some domestic regulation, in order to improve mobility. We have to emphasize on mode one as well, which is recognition of not necessary to be natural person movement, but also providing service, cross-border service. So engineering practice and cross-border practice is no longer physical, but digital. We have to recognize that as well, that mobility have to include the digital and communication through digital system, and so on. So this is something that we have been considered. I hope that should be within the time frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Associate Professor Dr. Taking, the floor is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. I'll try to be rushed a little bit and to make the timetable on time. Okay. So thank you for the invitation from the CALOHEA project to asking me to have the opportunity here today. So I will show you the different view, the more practical view of PSU regarding the mobility and the student workload that we used to have the experience from the past, before the COVID, during the COVID, and after the COVID. So basically, what we can sum up, this diagram will be one of the diagrams that we're talking a lot in our International Affairs Office and also Academic Office. So if you're talking about challenges regarding the mobility and the student workload, that will be, firstly, is the time. So we have to arrange a lot about the time. If you're thinking of the timing in Europe, semester in Thailand, semester in China, semester in Japan, that's totally different. So we have to take care of that one. Secondly, will be one of the challenges, a big one, will be the financial constraints of the students. So we need to provide lots of scholarships for the students to go abroad. The third one will be curriculum differences, like Maria talking a lot this morning regarding the learning outcomes and those kind of things. So luckily, PSU is one of the university that we rely on outcome-based education. So all of our programs are based on outcome-based education. So if not really perfect in learning outcome, but it still can classify in somehow or can be measured in somehow. And other things like culture, languages, difference. So if you're looking the outer ring of this diagram, that is the way that we try to solve the problem. So the first one is new education platform to reduce the class hours, about the digital and those kind of things. The second one, thank you for the ASEAN University Network, is about the ACTS, which is the ASEAN Credit Transfer System. It's the first one that talking a lot about the learning outcome in the ASEAN region. Outcome-based education, definitely. The third one, the fourth one will be the double degree, the long-term mobility that can solve some of our problem. And the mobility under the internship program. So I'll go one by one. I'll give you some overview. This is the overview of the PSU student mobility in 5 campuses. Starting before the COVID, we have about 4,000 applicants that can go abroad. It's going down a bit. And if you can see from during the COVID, the number is quite minimized at that time. And 2022 is coming up now. So we try to promote a lot on the mobility of our students in our 5 campuses, like the president presented this morning. Okay, that's the country that the students go out and we're getting in. Okay? So it doesn't mean that only our students going out, but we have some students getting in as well from Japan, Germany, and India. That's the top 3. And the country that we're going out definitely Malaysia, Singapore, and South Korea. Like I said, the outering, one of the solution that we try to make, and this one is the most recent one, is the mobility under the internship program. So we select, first thing is one of the best. The nearest one that we can go is NUS, National University of Singapore. So that one is about the digital program. The student can go there and do the internship over there. So the first batch was 3 students that are going on that program. One is PhD student. For internship for PhD is quite important for them as well. And the other 2 is undergrad students. So it's quite interesting for them to go to the NUS and do some kind of internship over there. Regarding scholarship, our university support 2 students each year for the NUS, which is the high cost on that one. And the NUS also support our student for another 2 students each year. So it's 4 students per year. Okay. And the bottom one will be the PSU and the Taiwan, the semiconductor industry, which is a very important one. Okay, we're starting to send out the first batch of the student to internship at the National Pingtung University in Taiwan. That will approximate 4 months, starting in November. So the first batch will be 4 students going there. So this one can expand to other areas like double degree and those kind of things in the future. So regarding the ACTS, so every year we have to allocate some scholarships for PSU students to go abroad in the ASEAN region. So this year allocated 5 scholarships for PSU outbound students. So it's already arranged. So that one in 2023 and 2024 is 3 scholarships for that. So mobility beyond ASEAN, this through the Erasmus program. So we are running quite a number of Erasmus programs from the past until the recent program. This year we have 3 Erasmus programs running in our Phuket campus. So the mobility, especially the KA107, definitely that will be the main target for our students and staff to go abroad. So regarding the outcome-based, Maria was talking a lot this morning. So we try to, we have all the programs in outcome-based education paradigm, okay? And at least right now we have 10 of them has passing the AUNQA, which is the international standards already, and we're pushing a lot on that one. Rather than the AUN standard, we also pushing in other area like ABET in engineering. There are another standard called TEDCORE, which is the European standard for hospitality and management that already run in Phuket as well. So other than the accreditation, we're talking about a double degree. So we have quite a number of active double degrees with many countries like China, Japan, Malaysia. Especially for Japan, like Kanazawa University, we're running a lot in engineering, especially in the pollution research problem. So this has been done for many years already. Regarding the China, so we're doing a lot with Qingdao University, which is the one that's doing a rubber technology. Because PSU is the south, we're doing a lot in rubber technology, so we have to find a partner that related to our research problem. The last one, I don't use up the time, right? Okay, 2 minutes, that's good for me. So the last one is the new education platform that we try to reduce the class hours. That means reducing the student workload somehow. So they not really need to attend the class anymore for some of the subjects. So they're choosing the online courses from different platforms. I'm not talking that all the subjects will be online, no. But some of them can select some of the program from these platforms. Either is our platform, PSU Move, PSU LMS, or whatever. Or you can go to Coursera, Udemy, or whatever. But PSU itself, we subscribe for Coursera. Because the reason is at the back of that system, we can look at their learning outcome. So we can match their learning outcomes with our learning outcome, whether it's comparable or not. But you know, some other platform might not allow you to see that black box, whether what is inside, like Maria was talking this morning. But Coursera is one of them that we can see. Udemy, in some of the program, we can see it, so we consider them. So if the student want to use the Coursera certificate to compare with their own physical subjects, so they need to show up the learning outcomes so that we can compare that. So that would be all for me. But the last thing, I would say that this is a very good opportunity for our staff and also for the colleagues from other countries and other universities to attend this program. So I think CALOHEA project will continue, and I hope that we can join in the future. And I just talked to Ajahn Bandit that this is a very important project, so we are very happy to join in. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the 4 distinguished speakers we have had in this panel. Thank you for attending today and for sharing at least some of your expertise, ideas, and suggestions. I have been told that the coffee break is now happening here, which means that we can still have some time for comments, questions, and discussions if you would like to, both from the on-site and the online participants. Okay, how does it happen in terms of the microphone if somebody has a question? Okay, we have one question there. Yeah, but please wait for the microphone so that people online can also hear you.
And good morning again, and thank you very much for all your talks, for all your experiences being shared in the morning. I'm very happy, delighted to join this important event in the morning. And thank you, Dr. Maria, for sharing your thought, ideas on the full workload, which should consider the contact hours and also the independent work from students, which somehow relate to Dr. Bandit's right ideas of seed time and mastery learning, which does not necessarily happen only within the classroom, right? It should happen somewhere else as well. So the question is, so what could be the recommended mechanism to support or to facilitate this recognition of students or extra, you might say, mastery learning, extra independent work that could be your recommendation? What should be considered? What could be taken into consideration? That's one question. And the second question, very happy to learn from Dr. Takeng. Sorry if I'm wrong. That in ASEAN universities we have this system, this mechanism called the ACT, the ASEAN Credit Transfer System. So I'd like to know if this also recognizes students independent work or extracurricular experiences, because then we can be ensure that our practices at the local levels and the practice at the regional level, they do go along. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you like to take question 1 and question 2?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, but too bad that I didn't really go to all my slides. But to answer your question, as I mentioned earlier, that when you design the curriculum, you have to be able to pinpoint what kind of the learning achievement is going to be and what the evidence that you are going to asking for. So when you design, you have to set all that thing up. Okay, so in that case, it's easy. Now it's a contact hour and the independent. It's just the mean to accomplish that thing. Okay, so as my experience is I designed another system that we call micro-credential. And then when you design the micro-credential, you have the evidence of the achievement is really important. And all the designer, all the faculty member who really design for the micro-credential have to be sure that they have the evidence to support the way that they think. So this is, you have to design, okay? It's much put it on the paper in the curriculum. Okay, so in that case, it's much easier because when you recognize the learning outcome, it doesn't matter how many hours they get, whatever happened. When you access it, it's there. So you just recognize the credit right away. Okay. So design is very important. You make it happen by design.
the beginning. Yeah, that's the way. Okay, thank you for your question. So to answer your question, I think I was a bit rushed on my slide, so my lack of some of the information about the ACTS. So ACTS is a platform that AUN was initiated. It's actually a credit-bearing system. Credit-bearing system, it means that it's not just only go there, do some kind of dancing for 2 days and coming back. No. It's credit-bearing is mean that they need something to be negotiated at the beginning. So if one of our students, a PhD student, would like to go to USM, maybe. So we have to talk to USM. Okay, our student is in civil engineering program. They want to take courses next semester with you. So what subjects will you have, or will you open on that semester? And it must be a credit bearing. It means that after they complete their semester over there, all the credit has to be transferred back to PSU. So it's not overload the student because they go there, they study there, they still get credits with us. Moreover, the grades that they get from, say, USM, that will be our grade. It doesn't mean that we have to adjust anything, no. Because we have to check on the learning outcomes and everything that they are co-aligned, and we do the transfer. So that definitely, they also have a limitation on that one. They were saying that the minimum subjects that you need to take at your, like USM, how many credits that you need to take on that side. It's not just only one subject, definitely not. It's going to be 4 or 5 subjects over there, and you can transfer back. So if you're talking about this system during the normal situation before the COVID, if you're talking about 30 universities, each of them can do can accommodate 5 students. So the total number of mobility will maybe can go up about 200 already each year in just only the ASEAN region. So I fully support on this ACTS system. So I think sooner AUN will arrange the meeting to do some kind of adjustment on this platform as well in the future. Okay.
Can I have more? Just add something, because I didn't really mention my last slide. All these things we have been seen, before seen of this thing much happen. So in that case, that's the reason why the principle behind the Thailand Standard 2022 have 5 principles. 1, customer and stakeholder focus. Second one, learning outcome focus. The third one, process approach. And then the fourth one will be the evidence-based decision making. And the fifth one is continuous improvement. So because if you do all these 5 things, it will be there. Everything that we're talking about today, it will be on your curriculum. So we hope that within the next 5 years, all these questions can be answered by all Thai program. So this is the reason behind the new Thailand Standard 2022.
Thank you very much. Do we have more comments or questions in the room? Online? Oh. Okay. Well, can we then have what are the indications? Would you like to add something else?
Well, responding to the independence and measurements of the ability. On the accreditation of engineering education program, we emphasize on capstone design project, which is real life problem. And this all need the student to work together under differences of background and responsibility, and come up with a solution. And this capstone design project is not just a project that every day in the lifetime, but also we're talking about innovation. We're talking about complex engineering problem, which is something that beyond professional practice, currently professional practice standard. So this challenge has been addressed throughout the accreditation worldwide. So keep in mind that the lecturers and university program of the university program is no longer instructed through lecturing, but to advise during the project and assignment. This is very important for them to achieve the graduate attribute set out by each program accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told that we have 2 more questions. Where are the questions? Okay.
Okay, sorry. Oh, all right. Sorry, the microphone come back to me again. Thank you very much for your generosity, allowing me to ask one more question. And now, because I'm working at the Faculty of Education, I might address my question directly to maybe Dr. Montri. I've heard the word RPL, the recognition of prior learnings being mentioned. And I believe that different institutions, universities might have their own interpretations of how this could mean in their own context, in their own university, in their own institution. But Teacher Council as a authority of authorizing agency issuing the the license for teachers in Thailand. Would you, I mean, I'm not pretty sure if this has been done already, but according to what I have listened today, would you consider the prior running to mean more than just prior credits that they have taken in the past? For example, one route that teachers who do not have education degree, right? They might have been working in schools for some time, and if they want to get the degree, they might need to apply or study or take that 7 modules courses, right? But what about their experiences being in school for 10 years, 9 years? Should that be considered in the RPL unit, in the recognition of prior learning and experiences, for example? Right, thank you very much.
Yes, exactly. I don't have time to explain that. Now the Teacher Council of Thailand, we accept the experience. You can transfer the experience to the credit now. Yes, we accept that. And I think in near future, we try to encourage the ASEAN country to make look like the teacher standard together. I think we have the platform that, but we cannot to encourage every country to do the same pattern. But in near future, I think we start to review again. Yeah, so for the teacher standard, you see nowadays is the most foreigner to work in Thailand is the big group is the Philippines. Yeah. And the second group is China. Okay, we accept the experience from the teacher who work for a long time in school. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I was told that the second question was exactly about the same aspect. So you have answered both of the questions at the same time. Well, I think with this we will thank our panelists, our distinguished presenters, and give you also an opportunity to enjoy a bit of coffee break. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Dr. Maria and all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Trio Roma Budianto. I am an international student, master degree in psychology, Prince of University of Songkhla. I am honored to your master of ceremony for the next policy dialogue. The topic of this policy dialogue is challenges of students' workload to promote students' mobility degree recognitions, internationalizations, industry-ready graduates like prospects and challenges from the views of academic staff, students, and employers. Again, Dr. Maria Yaros will be the moderator, and we have 4 guest speakers for these sessions. The first guest speaker is Assistant Professor Dr. Montira Lila Kriangsak. She is the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Prince of Songkla University, Pattani campus. And the second guest speaker is Mr. Napat Rodam. He is now an engineer at Cement and Green Solutions business. The third guest speaker is Ms. Nurfa Natputri. She is currently an undergraduate student in English program at Faculty of Education, Prince of Songkla University. And the fourth speaker is Mr. Wachirawit Sangcheran. He is currently an undergraduate student in civil engineering at Faculty of Engineering, Prince of Songkla University. For Dr. Maria, the floor is yours again. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to have more perspectives, more experiences, all related to the topics we are discussing in the project and with which we hope to have more impact, more collaboration. So we will start with the presentation of Associate Professor Dr. Montira. And then the other 3 speakers, they don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but they will share their ideas and experiences orally. So thank you very much. The floor is yours.
All right, can we switch to? Okay, thank you. So thank you for having me today in the knowledge sharing session. What I'm gonna share today, the topic is student mobility in practice at Prince of Songkla University, Pattani campus. So before we get into the topic, let me briefly introduce myself. All right, I am Montila Lila Kriangsak. I got a PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology. I've been working at Faculty of Science and Technology, Prince of Songkla University, Pattani campus since 2007. So in 2015, I had a chance to be appointed as an Assistant President for International Affairs and Research, Pattani campus. And from 2018, I've been appointed as the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Pattani campus. Okay, let's get into the topic of today. So mobility is a part of internationalization. Internationalization is a strategic coordinated framework that integrates institutional commitment and policy, the involvement of the senior leader and appropriate administrative for the institutional transformation. The curriculum must design according to the skill and competency of the diverse workforce environment. The faculty and staff support play the important role in the learning and the research. And the policy and support mechanism should promote the professional development. Partnership and networks can be local or international. This will generate the new ideas, resources, activities, and agenda together. Mobility refers both inbound and outbound, physically and virtually, of the student, faculty, and staff to engage in learning, research, and collaboration. All of these get into the global competence. Next, I will focus on the student mobility. So let's see in the number of the inbound student in the past 4 years. As you notice that there's no inbound student during COVID-19 outbreak. And mainly of the students visit the Pattani campus. They came from Malaysia and Indonesia. And the activities are academic exchange and cultural exchange. For example, shown in this picture, this the group of the students from several universities in Malaysia joined Science Tech Symposium hosted by Faculty of Science and Technology. And also the Indonesian students also joined with the Thai student at the Faculty of Political Science for the Thailand election observation. Okay, let's see the number of the outbound students at the Pattani campus. So as you see, the number is higher than the inbound due to the faculty policy to promote, to improve the students' skills and competence of the student, and some of the financial support for travel and additional living costs are provided for some program. So in this slide, you will see the cooperative education is embedded in several curricula. So the cooperative education allows students to take their classroom knowledge and apply it into the on-site job. Program in political science is embedded with cooperative education 100%. So approximately 5% of the students go abroad for cooperative education each year. As you see in the slide here. So to drive the student mobility effectively, the faculty and the supporting staff must prepare the global competence, especially communication skill. And also the course conducted in English should be increased to provide more variety in subject registration, especially general education subjects or GE. Two groups of the instructor from PSU Pattani campus went to Messi University for the short course in pedagogy and new teaching techniques for 21st century education in 2017 and 2018. So these two group of lecturer or the instructor, they are required to compulsorily teach their lesson in English. Okay, so in 2018, for the first time that we offered GE course taught in English in our campus for Thai students. And we continually having those GE course taught in English. We also promote the learning organization in our campus by opening the classroom for interested instructor to share and learn their teaching techniques. To support the international student learning environment in campus, I set up the policy for the staff and education system and turn it to be in practice by starting form, adjusting form in bilingual, including announcement and sign. Several activities are conducted in bilingual as well. The supporting staff who deal with the international students are needed to improve their English proficiency. Language Center, PSU Pattani campus is in charge of developing students and staff language proficiency. Now our staff from the library and registration office are able to communicate with the international student effectively. So here I will show you the example of the student mobility in practice. So this in order to develop our student linguistic and cross-cultural skills and enhance the competitiveness of their future labor force in our campus, and in order to increase the number of the inbound students in our campus, Last year, I've launched the Student Exchange Program organized by the Corporate Communication and Global Affairs Center, along with other parties, for example, Division of the Student Development, which they're in charge of dormitory reservation and some extra activities for our exchange students. Registration and student admission deal with the class schedule and registration and also the transcript. The curriculum and learning promotion, they're in charge of gathering courses which taught in English in our campus. Office of Academic Resources support the learning resources for our exchange student. The Digital Technologies Center also support with the information and the website. And most importantly is the faculties that they're in charge of class and activities between the local students and the international student. All right. All information about this program is provided in our website. So the joining university are mainly MOU partners in ASEAN. The exchange students will obtain the academic transcript, but will not receive the degree from PSU, and they will be exempt from the tuition fee. So as you see in here, this to ensure that our program meet the international standard for degree recognition. Last year, Pattani campus has 4 study programs were internationally assessed by the AUNQA. And we will be 2 more programs will be assessed in next month. So this year we will get like 6 total of the 6 programs that we already assessed with AUNQA. All right. So moreover, in our website also provide courses along with the course description. Therefore, it will ease the student for the credit transfer later, together with the detail of the insurance and visa. Campus facilities also listed in our website. So normally, our dormitory slot is very limited for our students. However, with this program, we ensure that on-site campus accommodation is available for this group of international students. With the set schedule, we can manage and cooperate with other related parties effectively. Once student arrived, the registrar's officer help with the registration and class schedule. We also separate students to many groups and assign the faculty to be host for those group of students. Therefore, this international student will mingle with each student from each faculties. And also the orientation was provided and all the instructors join in the orientation as well. All right. Besides attending in the class, they also participate in many activities. So far, our 14 exchange students from Malaysia are still happy. And after we finish the program in this semester, so this exchange program is a 1 semester exchange. So after we finish it, this semester we will evaluate it and probably we will extend the MOU partner outside the ASEAN. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for all the work done and for sharing with us today as well. Can we please invite Mr. Napat? The floor is yours. Would you like to speak like this?
Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Napat Lodam, and I am an engineer at Siam Cement Group, also known as the SCG. I am a structural engineer and also business development in the CPAC Green Solution. So from the briefing note that I have, so I will start with the trend of the industrial, also in the engineering industrial reference from the new S curve that is industrial that have a potential to lead our industrial. Some industrial such as let me find. So first is the robotic. You guys see in our country become use the robotic in the industrial more and more because they can reduce human workload and also have the good qualities. And I think the robotic becomes the part of our industrial and our education because if we prepare learning about the robotic for a little bit, we can scale up and can be good in this industrial. And secondly is aviation and logistics. So in the industrial also rely the logistic because we have to delivery our products, our goods to customer, and logistic also be a big industrial for the in engineering. So first one is biofuels and biochemical. So from the global warming and carbon credits, many industrial in the global, they have to reduce uh, carbon from the in the from the product the product the goods and product. So they become use the biofuel such as biomass, RDF for many things that we created for the use the low carbon too. So the fourth is digital. The digital is be with us for a long time, and we will step up to scale our industrial with the digital because it can be impact and potential to use in the many things. So the fifth is the medical and hub. So in the futures we will care about the wellness and health more because from the old days we more like work do not care the health. So in the future we focus in this more than the past. So is the trend of the market and the trend of the industrial for our countries. And the next thing is I will share about the skills has yours. I mean your student that sat on the back of the room. So the fourth high value skill that you have to be improve yourself before go to the wide world or in the real thing is not just more than hard skill. You have to have the soft skill too, because the hard skill is the basic that you can apply to do the new things in your real life. I mean, not the job that use the 100 uh, things that you learn in the university and can use. It's also be apply things that you use from the university to create the new things. I mean, in the company in Thailand or many countries, they not hope to do they not hope you to do the same thing and the same day. So in the competition of the business, we hope you to create the new things that can make the company can be create the value from your thing. I mean, in the real life, you have to adapt your knowledge that you've learned from the university and create the new things that be a good real picture to your life. So the skill that I mentioned before, so it reference from the World Economic Forum. Firstly, as your self-management and talent management. In the future, we hope you to have this skill more and more because if you see the after the COVID pandemic, we work from the anywhere, right? We learn from the anywhere and can be if you someday you can be a engineer in the some company in England or America and you work from the and your hometown if you can imagine. So they not hope you to work at 8 o'clock and finish in 4 o'clock. It's not happen. It's not happen because they hope to manage your job if you have. So when you have aside from your boss or any customer, they have you manage your time. I mean, you want to work or anytime or when you can แบบโอ้เริ่มแล้วครับ so ขอโทษครับ work from anytime that you can manage and get the results that they hope. So if the skill that they expect from you. So secondly is collaboration skill. In your education life or student life, you work and educate with your friends, like but in the real life, you work with the many foreigners that you may not know before, just know the name in the meeting, and someone in some parts of the world you. So the collaboration skill that you have to work with them. I mean the soft skill that you have to train and upskill, such as a good listener, team player, and basic skill that in the common for the world, such as the punctual, responsibility, something like that you may have in the collaboration skill. And third is analytical skill and problem solving. So in the when you work, you may have many problems come to you and they hide you because they hope you to solve this problem. So you may up the analytical skill because when you have problem, you have to analyze what the problem and what they want to you to solve the problem. So the last thing is the technological skill. So in the future, you may be a part of the technology. So the technology will the part of your job. So be a learner the new technical that will use in your current life better. ครับ so I may have some ครับผมครับ thank you ครับเก่งไปหมดเลยครับ
Okay, thank you very much. I think it was a very clear message for the students who are here in the room, and probably also for those who design and redesign programs. And I'm sure that the CALOHEA participants have been revising their framework, saying, are these skills in our framework? Yes, no, because although you were speaking from the engineering perspective, I can also relate from other subject area perspectives to what you were saying. Thank you. Can we please, well, now the floor will be given to Ms. Nurfa, please.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Nurfa Natpatri. I'm from Faculty of Education, English major at Prince of Songkla University, and I'm so honored to be here today. And as you all know, today I'm going to talk about challenges of student workload to promote student mobility. Okay, so let's start. Okay, first I want to tell you that I am the one who love and have passionate in English. So I really enjoy to do things in English, like activities, workshops, or competitions. And as an English teacher, learning language is very important because in the future I have to teach my students. So, but fortunately, my faculty give a lot of other opportunities to do many things, like my faculty of education giving a lot of opportunities to many students in order to support students to learn and find themselves, like going to do some activity, join some framework, and participate in participation or exchange international culture. And I am one of those students. I'm one of those students who got those opportunities. During the second years, I got the opportunities to join in the Youth Varsity Carnival joint workshop under the topic palm oil, sustainable supply chain, and sustainable landscape. It was my first opportunity as a student. And it also was my first time that I did something that I never did before. The challenges I had to communicate with my friends in the different country and online. That's the very difficult part. And the second opportunity, I got an opportunity to participating in competition in the section of answer quiz and with speech contest. And for the speech contest, it was also my first time again. My first time to do the speech and my first time to do in the speech in English. So I fight with myself a lot. And then recently, I got an opportunity to join the international support course in Indonesia. It's like my dream to be like an exchange student, even though just a short time, but it's very giving me a big lessons. All activities are collaborative with foreigners. I had learned a lot through this opportunity. I learned about knowledge, I learned language, I learned how to communicate with people from another country, from another culture, from different background, and I learned how to respect from different people. I learned how to fail, and I learned how to do a mistake, and I learned to fix a mistake that I did. And yeah, all activities that I have done I think all the activities that I have done, it might be good or not, it might be success or not, but I always learn and found something, either knowledge or life lessons, which will influence me to be me in the future as a myself, as a teacher, and as a student. For me, my only struggle as a student is the COVID pandemic. My only struggle. Because as I said before, I'm the one who love and enjoy to doing activities in English. But when I have a COVID pandemic, I have to stay home and study online. So I think I lost the time that I should leave like a freshman. And I feel like I lost many opportunities to learn many things. Obviously, clearly seen in the practical teaching in school, that must be postponed. Actually, first year student in education faculty have to doing some practical teaching in school in order to learn what is a teacher, duties, work, instruction, or a teacher life in school. But I missed that. I missed that 1 year. That 1 year, I should learn a lot more than that. Yeah, but it's okay. Maybe I have a chance again in the future. What I want to learn, what I want to do, I maybe have a chance again someday. Yeah, I believe that. And As a teacher, I want to be an effective and a good teacher in the future. So keeping learning is very important to me. And I always think that I can fail, I can do many mistakes if at least I learn something. So I always open my door when the opportunity comes and knock my door. Like this time, this will be the first opportunities, and I believe I will learn something. And I think I already learned something. Yeah, and that's bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your listening and thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So this is our first student testimonial in this meeting, and it reminds us of why we're doing what we're doing. So thank you. And let us have the second one from Mr. Bachiravit.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Washirawit. So, I am a civil engineering student at PSU or Prince of Songkhla University. So, in my student life, PSU give me a lot of things. Yeah. Like, it's not just study in classroom. My faculty invite many cooperation, like sorry, I'm so exciting. I never in this situation before. Yeah, it's my first time. So yeah, PSU is not just studying in classroom, and it have many of opportunity to learn with outside. Yeah, like SCG. Yeah, they was come to my university too, and I was disappointed about in my second years that be COVID-19. So I just studying at my home, and I never learn I never learn how to do lab because I can't go to university, and it's online class. Yeah, I hope one day as soon as possible I can uh, the university give me a opportunity to learn my part lab, like concrete lab or other thing, like concrete and hotter. Yeah. Sorry, I can. And the more thing about I disappoint is in my program, the civil engineering is have few of language course. Yeah, just like one or two course in first year, and so I think the English skills of student is weak because that, yeah. So I uh, I have achievement in my life to be senior in. Okay. Okay. Mm. But okay. Um, in my um, many course is almost all of course that I study is be 100% of exam. Uh, is have like 3 hours to 5 hours per week that on-site cost, and mm, just 1 hour to 2 hours to do assignment in a week. Then I think is give me to be more practice many soft skills like time management and self management. So I think it's make me to be a good person in the future. I I will work a lot. Uh, but I think in today civil engineering uh, so sorry. Uh, That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for trying this out with us. It's not a typical situation when somebody tries to make a first public presentation. So thank you for your courage. Thank you for your sharing. Okay, now we have time for questions to the speakers. We also have time for exchanging our own insights and experiences. So whether you have a question or comment on what you have just heard, or whether you would like to share more broadly, we have space and we have time. So please, the floor is open to everybody in the room and online. Maybe we can even hear from more students in the room.
ภาษาไทยได้นะครับ พี่ก็อยากตอบเป็นภาษาไทย
I don't know what was said, but just from my side, if you prefer to speak not in English, that is perfectly fine, because this is a space for discussion. Okay?
มีไหมครับนักศึกษา แสดงว่า good presentation เลยนะ no question be easy นะครับพี่
All right. And thank you again. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your experiences. Let me start from you, from Kun Napat. Thank you for your experiences, sharing to your รุ่นน้อง here, right, who are still studying. And yeah.
be my pleasure ครับ if you want me to share to your university, and it's my pleasure.
Right, indeed. And that is the real life experiences from you who are now in the industry, right? And also, thank you, Nurfa, you nailed it this morning. Proud of you. Thank you so much. And thanks for your reflections, for sharing of your experiences that show how meaningful the extracurricular experiences is or mean to students, right? As a learner of today and the future, as a student of as a future workforce, that means a lot. And also, Kun Wachirawit, thank you for your courage, and also again for your feedback, for your comments. And I think you emphasize. I mean, you mentioned that the language and communication skill is very important, and that that might be the areas of where the university or faculty might take into deeper consideration of how to develop students' capabilities in communication. But that also needs to be considered from the lenses of the institution, policymaker, and also from yourself as a learner through your own self-regulated learning. All right, because we have been discussing so far in the morning about the learning that takes place not necessarily inside the classroom in the contact hours, but also through outside. Through independent work, right? And that might count as part of your effort to improve your own language or communication. And now my question to Dr. Montira, thank you very much indeed. Please allow me to admire your attempts, your contributions, your tireless work to improve students all-rounded capabilities through student exchange programs, through teacher trainings, right? So far that you've been doing. All right, and that is very important indeed, and that is the one testimonial from Nurfa, who happened to join this student exchange program. That is very meaningful to her life as a student and to her her future life after graduation. But then the question is very simple. do you agree with the idea of increasing the ratio of international staff in each faculty? Right. So that way, like sending students to the exchange program, okay, that might last for months or a semester, but having an international staff, they come here and they stay with us, that would kind of contribute to probably a long-term result or effect in order to like solve many problems, to raise our standard. The AUNQA that now you said there are 4 programs that has been satisfied by the AUN network, and 2 more to come this year. But if we have more international staff, we will have more programs being satisfied, qualified by the AUN. And also, if we have international staff, hopefully we can recruit, all right, or attract more inbound international students to come to us as an exchange student or as a student, right? Because our courses will be probably more, I don't know, qualified under the AUN lens. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for your question. So you're talking about the ratio between the international staff, right, to join in the institution. I think this is a very important part that to increase the international staff or foreign staff into the institution, that will bring out more like the English proficiency in our campus or in our institution. And what I'm trying to say is the budget of each institution is limited. You know that it's limited, right? We cannot like send our student like abroad, and for like a semester there's a lot of cost. So try to have the internationalization at home. Maybe it's more efficient in terms of like, you know, when you have the limited budget, and this one this can create the like global competency environment for not only for our student but also for our staff as well. So I think that would be the how to call like important policy to move for the to build out our student skills, as from the company says that right now this is very important for the soft skill more than the hard skill, and those soft skill would be how to call to be created not in the classroom but outside the classroom and with different people like from the different countries, so that you can learn from the like cross cultural system, and that would open up the mind of the people in the institution. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
have one more question for that. Miss Nusfa, right? You have been exchange at Indo, right? That
Yes,
I heard
yes.
from. I just wondering that how long that you have been over there, and did you take as the courses or what?
I have been there for 1 week. Yeah, it's like a project that from Indo invite from student in education. Yeah.
So it's like the cultural exchange.
Yeah, of course. I do it a lot in Indo culture. Like they brought me to the like a dance, Indonesian dance, food Indonesian. So there are a lot of like exchange of culture between Thai and India. Yeah, I learned a lot for that.
I see, because I just wondering because you 1 week and you got a lot of excellent English.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I think that you go 1 semester or something. Okay, I understand, because I also have a plan to send my student to do the exchanging the cultural with the Indo also. So maybe I need to ask later how we plan do that. Thanks
Yeah, of
a lot.
course. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm not asking a question, but I will give some information สำหรับขอพูดภาษาไทยนะคะสำหรับนักศึกษาที่เข้ามาพอดีได้ฟังจากผู้จัดการเขาเล่าให้ฟังว่าของเอนจิเนียร์นี่แหละค่ะเขาเล่าให้ฟังว่าถ้ามีคนเก่งวิศวกรรมอยู่2 คนแล้วเขาต้องการคนหนึ่งเป็นหัวหน้าเขาจะเลือกคนที่มีภาษาดีกว่าในการเป็นหัวหน้านะคะอันนี้ก็เป็นแง่คิดที่อยากจะให้คนที่เรียนอยู่ได้มีแรงว่าภาษานี้สำคัญมากถึงแม้ว่าเทคนิคเราจะดีหรือว่าเทคนิคบางคนเขาด้อยกว่าเราแต่ภาษาในการสื่อสารนะคะของเขาสามารถสื่อกับคนต่างประเทศได้คนเจ้าของโรงงานที่เขาเป็นคนต่างประเทศอะไรอย่างนี้นะคะเขาก็จะเลือกคนที่มีภาษาดีกว่านะคะเพราะนั้นภาษาสำคัญมากทุกสาขาเลยค่ะเพราะมันช่วยให้ไม่ว่าจะไปทำงานต่างประเทศหรือว่าในประเทศการสื่อสารนี่สำคัญก็ฝากน้องๆนะคะที่เป็นเอนจิเนียร์หรือว่าสาขาอื่นๆว่าภาษาอังกฤษหรือว่าภาษาญี่ปุ่นภาษาจีนก็แล้วแต่มันสำคัญมากกับพวกเราขอบคุณค่ะ
ขออนุญาตเสริมอาจารย์ได้ไหมครับ for the junior engineer that will apply the job in the future นะครับก็สำหรับน้องๆที่จะสมัครงานในอนาคตนะครับน้องๆอาจจะมองว่าน้องๆเป็น fresher เนาะแล้วก็แบบไม่มีประสบการณ์อะไรเลยถูกไหมครับก็อยากจะให้น้องๆตระหนักนิดนึงว่าเอ้ยแล้วบริษัทใหญ่ๆที่เขารับคนนะครับเขาพิจารณาอะไรบ้างเนาะก็อย่างแรกเลยไม่อยากให้น้องไปโฟกัสที่ hard skill ของน้องๆอะครับหมายความว่าน้องเป็นเด็กจบใหม่ใช่ไหมครับมันก็มีเด็กจบใหม่อีกประมาณ100 กว่าคนในประเทศเนี่ยครับไปสมัครพร้อมกับน้องเลยทีนี้เท่ากันแล้วหมายความว่าสมมติเขาอยากพิจารณา hard skill ใช่ไหมครับเขาก็เนี่ยได้แค่พิจารณาว่าเอ้าน้องสมัครมาตรง civil engineer นะแค่นั้นเลยครับต่อไปเขาจะดูอะไรบ้างตอนเขาสัมภาษณ์อย่างแรกเลยถ้าเป็นของพี่เนาะที่พี่เจอเวลาพี่ๆเขาสัมภาษณ์เขาจะดูอย่างแรกก็คือดู passion ครับว่าน้องมี passion ในการทำงานไหมอยากจะมาทำงานแค่ไหนมี motivation ในการทำงานยังไงอันนี้คือสิ่งที่เขาอยากให้น้องมีต่อไปก็คือว่าความสามารถในการเรียนรู้สิ่งใหม่ๆก็อย่างที่พี่บอกตอนแรกไม่รู้เข้าใจกันแค่ไหนเนาะก็บริษัทในตอนนี้ครับเขาไม่ได้หวังให้น้องทำสิ่งเดิมแล้วจะได้สิ่งใหม่ถูกไหมครับเขาอยากให้น้องคิดเรียนรู้สิ่งใหม่ๆตลอดเวลาหมายความว่าทุกวันเนี้ยความรู้ที่น้องเรียนไปวันเนี้ยครับมันเป็นแค่พื้นฐานให้น้องต่อยอดไปในอนาคตถูกไหมครับก็ความสามารถในการเรียนรู้สิ่งใหม่ๆรวมถึง mindset ที่ดีเนี่ยที่เขาอยากได้จากน้องๆแล้วก็ต่อไปก็คือว่า self management ก็คือตอนเนี้ยเราสามารถทำงานที่ไหนก็ได้เป็นลูกจ้างบริษัทต่างประเทศก็ได้ยังไงก็ได้ที่เขาอยากจะให้น้องเป็นก็คือว่าน้องมี self management อย่างโควิดที่น้องต้องเรียนออนไลน์ครับมันก็เป็นบททดสอบหนึ่งเนาะว่าต้องให้น้องจัดการตัวเองให้ได้ตื่นมาเรียนทุกวันให้ไหวยังไงอันนี้เป็นสิ่งสำคัญก็เวลาทุกคนมีเท่ากันนะครับก็24 ชั่วโมงแล้วแต่ว่าน้องจะไปทำงานตอนค่ำทำงานตอนเช้าทำยังไงก็ได้ให้มันได้งานแล้วก็โปรดักต์ตัวงานออกมาให้มี value มากสุดแล้วก็สุดท้ายก็คือว่า collaboration ก็คือเวลาน้องไปทำงานนะครับน้องก็เจอเพื่อนร่วมงานที่เป็นรุ่นคุณแม่รุ่นคุณพ่อรุ่นน้ารุ่นลุงน้องก็เจอเรียกอะไรเจอการปฏิบัติที่มันต่างกันนะครับน้องๆหมายความว่าโตมาในสังคมที่มันต่างกันก็จะคิดเห็นกับสิ่งต่างๆที่มันต่างกันก็เวลาน้องไปทำงานกับคนพวกนี้ครับก็อยากให้น้องมีเปิดใจเนาะแล้วก็พยายามเข้าใจสิ่งที่เขาเป็นแล้วก็พยายามเอาสิ่งที่อยู่ในใจเราเนี่ยครับพยายามให้เขาเข้าใจให้ได้ก็นอกเหนือจาก hard skill ที่เขาจะพิจารณาก็มีประมาณนี้ครับก็ฝากไว้ประมาณนี้ครับเผื่อน้องๆจะสมัครในบริษัทใหญ่ๆก็ไม่อยากให้กลัวว่าเฮ้ยเราไม่มีประสบการณ์ไม่มีนู่นนี่ไม่มีนี่ก็ลองดูครับน้องๆก็คิดให้ใหญ่ไว้แล้วก็มี growth mindset ที่ดีที่บริษัทเขาต้องการครับ
Okay, so may I translate to Dr. Maria? Okay, so for as teachers mentioned, she said that the language it is the important thing that can give more opportunity to apply the work. Yeah, if you have language, we can say that is like some soft skill. And if anyone want to apply the working, if you have the language, you can have like more opportunity to others. Yes, and as stakeholder said, yeah, he said like if anyone want to apply, you should have passion, manage, and elaborate to have like give more opportunity to. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, and we have the question from online audience. Okay, so the question is, Miss Nurfa, do you have any recommendation for my students in the high school level to be at English? I mean, how to develop themselves outside the room? Okay.
Outside the room, for me, I find English from something that I love. Like if you guys someone love English, you have to find like what you love in daily life in English. Like apply English to your daily life. If you love movie, you go and watch a movie in English. If you love music, you just go and listen to music in English. As for me, I really love in English. So, and I really love music. I always listen as a music, and then the vocabulary in the lyric that I didn't know, I always translate them, and then I like do in like something that analyze the lyrics, what that lyrics that means, and also watching movie. The first time I'm watching movie in a Thai from a Thai subtitles. The second time still Thai subtitle. The third time still Thai subtitle. Even though when the first that you when the time that you feel like you don't need the Thai subtitle, you can understand them what they say in the movie. You watch again and again, until the time that you feel like, oh, I understand what he say, what she say. You do it again and again, and then someday you will get what they say, and like you will got more receive than language. You will got like accents. You will got like a knowledge. You will get anything like about English from just one movie that you try again and again. Only one movie. Then if you do like in another movie, in another music, you will get many English stories, many English things for yourself. Yes. And okay, thank you. For those speaking skill, for me, I try to speaking out. Like I have said before, I do a lot of activities, and this is maybe like 8 or 10 times. So when we like speaking out, the much more we speak, the much more we will get, even the accents, knowledge. For today, I might learn something, the lesson that, oh, I pronounce this one wrong. I have to like fix the pronunciation in this word. Like I say, when we speak out, we will have more things that we will get from when we speak out. The lessons, the knowledge, and the mistake that we did, learn from the mistake that you did, and fix the mistake that you did again. Yeah, for me, that's it.
Any more comments? You still have we still have time, so maybe if you're doubting whether to say something or not, this is the right moment. And let us thank the speakers of this session with a round of applause. Let's hope that we have started discussion, because at least we have started discussing more relevant things. How do I see that it's valuable? How can I make it work for my students, for myself, and etc. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Maria and all the panelists. We have come to almost the end of the morning activities. We would like to give you a brief detail of the afternoon program. At the afternoon, we start at 1:30 p.m. until 3 p.m. It's gonna be about knowledge sharing sessions on the topic of CALOHEA recognition mechanisms like authentic assessment, competency, and workload. The first room is in civil engineering, and the second room is in teacher education. We hope you enjoy our fruitful presentations this morning. Thank you very much for your kind participations. See you at 1:30 p.m. and have a good lunch. Thank you. For all participants, hopefully you bring all of the stuff that you bring, because this room is gonna be empty and we're gonna move to another room. We will arrange the
ขอรบกวนทุกท่านนะคะนำกระเป๋าแล้วก็สัมภาระออกจากห้องด้วยนะคะพอดีว่าเดี๋ยวห้องนี้จะจัดโต๊ะใหม่ค่ะเดี๋ยวของหายเนาะแล้วเดี๋ยวเรากลับมาที่ห้องนี้นะคะก่อนบ่ายโมงครึ่งค่ะถ้า Teacher Ed อยู่ห้องนี้นะคะส่วน Civil Engineering อยู่ห้องข้างๆนะคะอย่าลืมนำสัมภาระไปด้วยนะคะขอบคุณค่ะ
สำหรับสถานที่รับประทานอาหารนะคะขอเชิญทุกท่านไปที่ล็อบบี้เฟส1นะคะออกไปจากห้องประชุมเลี้ยวซ้ายนะคะเลี้ยวซ้ายเข้าไปแล้วก็เดินตรงสุดนะคะอาจารย์จะเห็นโต๊ะทานอาหาร11โต๊ะนะคะที่ล็อบบี้เฟส1ค่ะ